It's that time. And hello, Dan. Dan Dirth. It is time to go. Right. What's in there? Should be going. Oh, so much miscellaneous stuff here. This. It all take down. I have been working on this issue. Believe it or not. This is not a new version, so this is the old sort of bugged out version. But I have been working on it. And I just want these to process before even in its janky state, it's still better than burning through many hammers. Yeah, see, the fact that these are giving power and they're not like burning really bothers me. But that is a problem for a future buggy. Because I cannot replicate that in my single player world. I have been having issues trying to replicate some of these bugs in single player. I'm pretty sure I fixed the issue with animations not stopping, but this animation didn't even start. Good Lord. Which should fix that too, but yeah. I don't know. There's just bugs. There's bugs to fix, and oh, there's a lot more ore to process. Good Lord. But as long as we don't leave the area where this unloads, yeah. See, it's like, where's that power coming? I don't know. The way that this is coded, it should not be possible. It should not be possible. So it's very weird. Because it's not a client server thing, because the electric network only ticks on the server. There is no pseudo simulation on the client of the electrical network. 100% not a thing. And the client, anytime there's a update on the server side, as far as electrical systems go, the client, it gets pushed to the client right away, right? So with all these updates, it's literally like throwing data at me, just constantly just pushing data out. But the fact that server isn't ticking these right, they have no fuel. They're not. They cannot. It just bothers me. And I did find a Flexible Tools crash bug, new version of Flexible Tools, and I discovered a crash bug literally within 30 seconds of joining the server. So I'm glad I haven't pushed that update yet. So that's a pretty easy null ref check to fix that. So after the stream today, I'll whip up a fix and push that out to the mod DB. But yeah, for some reason, yeah, if you're not wearing the magnet and you hit the hotkey to enable it, it immediately crashes. It's just an instant crash. So if you want a crash simulator, take the thing out of your neck slot and hit Y. And boom, it's just instant crash. Could have sworn that there was a check in there. I could have sworn there was a check in, but anyway, I probably just have a random if statement. It's not math right. But for now, this is going to have to be the jankiest setup. It's fine. But yeah, you asked me earlier how I was. I have been, oh my god, dude. Like, I ran into a bug that was so insidious that I was just sitting here. It was one of those, like, I want to throw my computer through a window bugs. Like, I was dumbfounded as to what the code was doing. So to describe it simply for all the non-programmers out there, right? So the electric network, so the code I've been working on is what happens when you leave a chunk, right? What happens when a chunk unloads to the machines in that chunk that are connected to a network, right? The chunk unloads and you leave, the network right now, network in front of me, doesn't change at all. It assumes that all those block entities exist, which is, I think, the source of all of our troubles. All of these weird disconnects that we're seeing with all of these machines, the weird power issues, is because, like, when we all log out, all of these chunks unload. But the electric network continues to store, like, a version of the block entity, right? A version of that machine in memory, and that's what it's taking. But it doesn't really exist. It's not pushing that data to any block that actually is in there. It's just sort of like it's like a ghost. Somehow, it's still able to tick and doesn't crash.
Strange.
And I didn't want to, every time the network ticks, one solution was, instead of storing a reference to the block entity, just store all of the block positions. And then in the update tick, iterate through all those block positions, grab the block entities, and then iterate through those in the normal way. And that would ensure that when you try to grab a block entity, you can also add a check to see if the chunk is loaded at that position. And if it isn't, just skip the entity, right? Pretty simple. Problem is, the network ticks 4 times a second. So that process of grabbing all of the block entities, checking to make sure the chunks are all loaded. All of that has to be run 4 times a second. And for a network with dozens of nodes, that is not that would be just bad performance wise. It would be really, really inefficient. So I never really went down that path. I just thought, no, that's not the right way to go. So what I tried to do is when a block is unloaded, which is a call, I can capture that. But when the call is run, right, when the event is run on block unloaded, the block is already unloaded. It's not there anymore. So if you try to grab the block position, even though you're in the entity where the call is made, it's not in the world anymore. It's like just before it's dumped to disk and then unloaded completely. Like just before that. So removing it from the network is hard because I also save not only the node of the network, but I also save a copy of the block entity. And I can't in the remove, like when I do there's a call remove node in an electric network. There's a remove node. That function also looks up the block entity and removes it from the appropriate bucket, right? Producer, consumer, storage. Those are 3 buckets for fast simulation. I save. But I can't grab what entity it is because it no longer exists. It's gone. So I had to come up with a way to remove the block entity. But I ran into a bug not with the block entity, but with the electrical network. Because each electrical network has an ID. You can see that if you look at the node, right? So the node, like these relays, ID2, these are all ID2. So that is the ID of the network. And all that data, all of the networks get dumped to disk when the game saves, whether you're exiting or whether it just does the 15-minute autosave. And those are saved in a data type called a dictionary. And it maps the ID to the actual network for the manager. So I have a manager object that manages all of the network. It is the single point for the electrical network. It is what manages the fact that there could be dozens of networks, right? And it's the thing that ticks the networks as well. So the manager object dumps all that stuff to disk. And the base game includes functions that do that serialize that data and dumps it to disk. When when the electric network saved, it was saving all of the nodes. So there's a list that's just all the nodes, which is essentially all the wire nodes, which include block position. So it's block position and index, right? And index is just how many nubs, how many connection points are on a block. All of my blocks right now only have 1 connection point. So there's index of 0 every time. But for some reason, when I would then load the world, and the reverse would happen. It would grab the data off the save game, and it would convert that back into the electrical network list that I have. Everything was fine because the electrical network inside of the object also stores the ID, right? The network needs to know what ID it is. And I was debugging this last night. And when it loaded from disk, the network ID existed, right? So let's say I'm stepping through this. The network ID would be 2 of the network. It would be mapped to the number 2 in the dictionary. but inside the network itself would also have the network ID. But then I would wire, and so the game would load, I would be in the game, and then I would wire a new machine to the network. Just taking an existing node and then, nothing fancy, just wiring another machine to the network. When it would add that node to the network, the same exact network object that I just saw load into memory with the network ID lost the network ID. The network ID was 0. And it was the same object. It was the same exact network. And somehow, between the literal 5 seconds of the game loading into memory with the network ID and me wiring up another machine, it lost the network ID. So the next machine, when I wired it up, would receive an ID of 0 because it lost it. It doesn't exist. The bug does not exist when you create a network at runtime. Right? If I took down all the wires and then I wired it up again and it got a new network ID, that works fine. And the network ID gets propagated through all the machines. It's only when I saved and loaded, did it lose that map. And I just was sitting here staring at my computer last night like, what could possibly be resetting that network ID? I was beside myself. Like, and I don't, 2 a.m. I went to bed last night, and I don't even know if I fixed it. Because there's so much going on. One of the frustrating things, the world starts ticking before everything is loaded. So my electric networks are ticked by the manager, and the manager has a game tick listener that fires every quarter second. So every quarter of a second, I pick up a game tick, and then I tick all the electric network. That starts ticking before you ever see anything in the world, before the world is visible, and before the chunks are even loaded. So one of the things that was happening, and this is the craziest shit, as I was stepping through this very, very carefully, I had code in the network that detected if something went bad. Because while I'm testing, if I'm in the middle of something and it crashes, it can pretty easily corrupt the data that's in an entity in a block space. It can corrupt it pretty badly. So I had code in there that detected, if an ID was 0, if this, if that, and it would kind of remove it. And the strangest thing, because that ticking started before anything was loaded, my update tick would capture that. And there was a chunk loaded function in it that checked to see if the chunk that the block entity was in was loaded. And if it wasn't loaded, it would go to remove the machine from the network, right? So if a chunk was not loaded and I was trying to tick the entity, it would capture that and say, this is bad. Remove this entity from this network. But because the function was running and ticking before anything was loaded, none of the entities were ever loaded. So it would remove all of the nodes from the network instantly. And so you'd have a network that was like 0 nodes. And at the end of that function, if there were 0 nodes, it would just delete the network. So every time I was running the game, it was deleting the network that I saved to disk already. So I'm kind of torn between do I bother saving the network itself, or because all of the entities, when they save to disk, also save their network mappings, right? They save the network IDs associated with their wired nodes. So a machine having only one wire node, when it saves to disk, it saves that mapping, ID mapping, right? Node 0, which is the node, has its ID too. That gets saved to the block entity, right? So right now I kind of have a yeah. So the issue is when the game loads, there's no real way to determine if it's actually like ready, right? I looked at using like the server run mode, and so the run mode kind of switches between like loading assets, blah blah. It just kind of goes through. But no, I couldn't use that because the run game. This is the mode we're in right now. Run game. This is when it starts ticking. The only thing I could think of doing would be to delay the network ticks like 10 seconds. But that's just an arbitrary, like, what if it takes longer than 10 seconds to load? It would scramble, and I can't rely on that either. So right now, and I went to bed last night at 2 in the morning because I couldn't think straight anymore. And I was afraid to scramble my code even more. But right now, what happens is when any entities load, and there's an initialize function. And the initialize function is called when the block entity is spawned, or when it's loaded off of disk. Could you somehow use a singleton to see if it's loaded? No, singletons. No, I don't think a singleton would work there. Can't use. There's nothing static, and there's no event. I looked at all the server events, because all of my stuff only runs server side. The electrical network simulate it's all server side. There's nothing simulating on the client. The client is just getting blasted with like updates, right? Mark dirties. It's anytime there's a variable that's changed, it blasts it. But yeah, to try to keep the block entities on the network, what I changed it to is when I added code in the initialize function that detects whether or not the network ID that's associated with it is 0, or if it doesn't exist at all, right? No network ID of 2. If it has a network ID, it broadcasts itself to the electrical network manager to add itself to that network ID. And the manager then like tries to add it to that network, and the electrical network already has code that double checks the pair of node and block position, and it won't add duplicate entries. So if it doesn't exist on the network already, it adds it. If it does exist, it just ignores it because it's like you're already a part of the network. So right now, that's kind of the hybrid system, and I wanna change that. But there's one bug that I have that I don't know how to fix because it's dealing with rendering stuff, and that is my wires. My wires, and it's becoming daytime now, so my wires are actually lit. But if I was standing here at night, these wires are black, and they only light up if I'm holding a light. So the client, they're only grabbing light from the client, and I don't know how to fix that because, yeah, I don't know how to fix that. So I know there's a way, but now that it's becoming day, see, it's being lit by the sun by the time of day, but it's not being lit by the lights in the room, only by the light the client holds, right? Lighting would always be, yeah. So I don't know as far as, I don't know the wiring. I don't know how that works. Like, the wiring and the rendering is literally spit and baling wire is what's holding that together. Like, I don't know how any of that code works. I don't even know where in the code I would look for what lights it's influenced by. Like, all I do is generate a mesh from point A to point B. And then I render that mesh according to the texture that's associated with that. Outside of that, I have no idea. There's no code in there that looks at lights. I've never done anything with lights, so I don't know. So I did put a fix in there for the relay blocks to try to minimize the amount of space that those need for a block face. I haven't tested that yet, but I basically looked at the code from the lantern and then tweaked it to only be the 2x2 square. So not even the insulator on the outside you would just need a 2x2. I have to test that yet. I did find the bug. I did find a crash bug. So, no ref on magnet. Not in slot. But yeah. If you want a guaranteed crash, take the magnet out of your slot and hit Y. A guaranteed crash. But yeah, I've
tempting.
So I want to do it. Yeah, that's just a simple no ref check to make sure it's in the slot before I actually try to trigger the hotkey.
Out of curiosity, how difficult would it be to put an entry in the key binding so that you could change the key?
You can
turn that off.
It's automatic.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
All you need to do is register the keybind with the game, and it's in the settings when you load a world. It's not in the settings before you load a world because the mod isn't technically loaded. But after you load a world with the mod, you can go into settings, and all of the mod based settings are in.
Craziness.
Yeah, super, super handy. I want some of this cheese. Oh, now my dairy is maxed out. That's funny. How much collective time has it been spent by viewers when they're writing null checks? Oh man, that's almost all of the mods that I do, Quinn. Like, null ref checks are the bread and butter of modding. Like, if you forget to do those, most bugs that I've run into with any game or mods are null ref checks, just to make sure. But as far as like when you leave, so when it comes to the block entities, now when you leave an area or the block, like the block entity actually unload, now I have a function call. I added a call into the electric network manager that basically broadcasts, hey, unload me. And I was playing with the idea of like using a flag to like mark the entity as unloaded or blah, like, but it was so much more complicated to try to keep track of all that shit. Even like going so far as to like, could I mark the network as partially loaded, and I was like, what am I doing? Like, that's so stupid. Just remove the damn node from the network. Just remove it flatly. Full stop. Remove it from the network. And then when it's loaded back in again, it just adds itself back to the network. Make the block entity control whether or not it's connected. And the network will tick away no problem. And the only thing I have in there is if you leave an area completely and the entire network unloads, the whole thing, it just deletes the network off of the manager. The network is gone. Not even ticked anymore because it's deleted. And I still have to work out that code because that code is not fleshed out yet. But the thing is, when you load those machines back, when you return to an area and those machines return, they stored their old network ID. And so I added a function or a feature that allows me to create an electric network but not consume a new ID, right? Not that I'm worried about running out of IDs. I use a long, which is 9 quintillion. Like, it would take you 300 years to use all those ID numbers. But what happens when they load back in, the code detects, it sees, I have an existing ID that's not 0. Add me to that network, right? If the network doesn't exist, create the network with that ID, and then add me back. And it does that for every single entity. And so when you return to an area, all of those entities sort of kind of build the network back up. As soon as the network exists, it starts ticking again. And it's like, it just builds it right back. And it doesn't matter what state the network is in. It could have one node in there for all I care. Like, it doesn't matter. As long as it's loading and unloading appropriately to keep track of which objects I'm mapping in memory. Because right now, all of the objects, all of the machines that we have up here, all of these block entities, there's a reason why these are so scrambled right now, right? There's a reason why these things are like burning fuel, but it's not there, and weird stuff. Like, what is going on here? Why is this? Like, I don't know. But I do know that all of these block entities are just scrambled compared to the network, because this is the old version. I'm not confident in the build right now, the new build, the new changes yet. There's still some testing I need to do tomorrow, but so the block entities that exist for this machine is different than the block entity that this network sees. There's a disconnect between the block entity that I have stored for the network and the block entity that actually exists. There's a disconnect between the two. So that is why the network is ticking a machine. I'm seeing updates because the client is just getting blasted with updates, but the block entities that the network is using do not exist. They're just ghosts. They're ghosts of what was here when we left. So while they're still functional, right? These things are grinding down nuggets, fine and dandy. Really shouldn't be taking down so much ilmenite, but rich chunk, rich, bountiful. I want to take those out. Bountiful. Bountiful. I'm going to take these two. Rich chunk. Let these do it. Not that we just don't need that much. You know what? I'm going to take those two.
Well, I'm gonna pop off voice because you've got Arum in chat here.
I see how it is.
I'm not really
It's true.
talking, so
Well,
yeah.
I've got a couple topics to talk about. You would not believe it, you guys. You would not believe what's going on in the Minecraft community right now.
Oh,
So after the last stream, I sort of dipped my toe a little bit into updating the Builders Pack, which is my Minecraft builder, or my Minecraft mod pack, the Builders Pack. What it would take to update to 1.20. And in my investigation, just to see like what mods are sort of, just to get a view of the landscape, what would it look like? I discovered something that is crazy that nobody else has talked about. I have been watching various Minecraft YouTubers for weeks. Nobody has mentioned this. Nobody has talked about this. And I don't know why. Because it is a massive shift in the modding community. So Minecraft Forge was started and run by Lex Monos. And for years, it has been the gold standard of modding the mod loader. You know, it's the mod loader, the gold standard. And there have been a couple others that have kind of propped up, but they're minor, you know, Bucket or whatever they're called. Fabric, I think, is another one. Well, there's a new one on the list called NeoForge. And NeoForge, and this is news that came out a couple months ago, and nobody mentioned it. But Forge has for a long time not been coded. It hasn't been coded just by one person, right? There has been an army of people behind the coding of Minecraft Forge. Well, all of those people, except Lex, left Minecraft, the Forge project. All of them left.
ouch.
Why? Lex Monos. Nobody could stand him anymore. Nobody could stand him. And such an incredibly toxic individual that literally every single one of the developers on Forge left the project. And they went and started their own. And because they had contributed so much code, they basically forked Forge and created Minecraft, or NeoForge. And NeoForge, they're in the early stages, but they're going to strip out, because Lex actually holds a few copyrights inside Forge for a couple assets. So they're gonna strip all of those out and replace them. But the post that I saw, so CPW did a post on, I think, Reddit or something, talking about this, and that nobody could stand Lex anymore. He was such a horrible individual that this guy was like, I spent years trying to defend Lex to other people. He goes, I just can't do it anymore. It's just gotten so bad. This guy just alienated everybody involved in the project. What, you know, if modders came into the Discord and asked questions, Lex would just start calling them horrible names. Like, just an insane, like, what would drive somebody to, like, self-destruct like that. It was crazy. So they created NeoForge, and NeoForge, you know, it already has a ton of mods for it, because literally every modder that has had to deal with Lex was like, finally we get away from this person. So they immediately went over to NeoForge and started supporting NeoForge. So the list of mods that support it is growing, and it already includes a very hefty amount of like all of the create mods already support it. Immersive engineering, the one mod that I was looking at, like I have to have this mod in my pack because I wanna play with this mod and kind of familiarize myself again with all of the different machines and all that kind of stuff. Immersive engineering supports NeoForge. It does not support Minecraft forging. NeoForge is like, yeah, there's not a Forge version for 1.20. There is a NeoForge version for 1.20. So very quickly, these mod authors are going to be abandoning Forge if they haven't done it already. And because another thing that CPW said was there have been bugs in Forge that have been going for years that Lex refuses to fix. And he's like, we don't know why he refuses to fix these issues that people like scream about. They're like, they run, you know, modders hit certain bug issues in code, and they're like, why does this happen? Right? This is stupid. And Lex just flatly refuses to fix it. And they're like, these are the top things that we want to fix because these are the most frustrating things that we've been experiencing. So
strange.
Yeah, massive shift in the modding community. So I'm gonna hold off on an update to the builders pack for probably another month or so to see, you know, how everything sort of fleshes out. But it was the post was shocking to me. Like the description that he did, I could not imagine somebody in like Lex's position with having the community around me and helping me and being that toxic, that entitled, that you just feel that you can just call people names over, like, constantly, like just belittle and berate and just be an awful human being. Like, I just couldn't imagine that. And I hope if my if the power gets to my head, that people will be like, pull me aside and be like, dude, so yeah, right now, one of the big issues, one of the major reasons that I don't want to update the builders pack is CurseForge. When you create a mod pack, if you want to create a custom mod pack, you can't even select NeoForge right now. So you'd have to build it manually, like one mod at a time. And no thanks. Well, at least right now, no thanks. But yeah, I'm hoping that CurseForge like updates itself and starts supporting NeoForge. Obviously, that the NeoForge team is new; it's just a few months old, and they're going to be, you know, working on getting together with CurseForge, you know, that whole team, and making sure that they're supported, and the server owners, because they've already had a ton of Minecraft server farm owners reach out and say, we are on board. Let us know. We want to support this. Like, even those people are like, we don't want to deal with Lex anymore. So anybody and everybody that has had to deal with Lex is ready to drop. Like, they've only been tolerating this long because there's no real major competition. There's no, like, nobody Forge was the biggest game in town, so all these server owners had to, like, they had to tolerate him, and as soon as there's an altar, they're like, yes, please. Like, that tells you, like, it was crazy. I remember I when I learned this, I was like, holy cow. I just couldn't imagine. So that was one big thing that I discovered. And I was really surprised. You know, I was surprised, QP. I was surprised, Quentin, that heard about that, because I've been watching Minecraft YouTubers for months. I go in waves, right? I watch them for a while, and then I don't for a while, and then I watch just sort of see like what's going on, and nobody has mentioned this. Nobody. It's weird. All right, so all of
maybe they don't want to burn the bridge down with Lex. I mean,
oh, I think that ship has sailed.
I can't imagine that would, you know, that they would necessarily wield that kind of power, but. We had another apocalypse and sheep culling. We have insane amounts of bone and fat and red meat.
The meat now.
Yeah. I've been preserving, curing a lot of meat.
Now, can you use preserved stuff in meals, or is that?
I think so, but it has less nutrition.
Right.
But that could be a expanded foods thing. I could tell you in a minute here. Let me travel back to the base. Travel. I'm right here, but.
Alrighty.
Fair enough. Yep, you can use cured meat in a meal. I'm gonna cook up a couple and compare the stats.
Probably,
Oh,
probably not a lot of nutrition, but it's probably lasts probably a lot longer. I don't know. I would think so if it's made with cured meat.
My inclination would be no, just because I think that just seems like he wouldn't keep track of that.
Probably just meat is meat, right?
Yeah. And they both say they're going to be red meat stew.
Yeah.
The same text, which I'm a little surprised at.
Yeah.
Oh, I need Cooper nickel. Right.
No, I thought I did it all right, but I screwed it up.
That would be 15 copper nuggets and 5 nickel nuggets for the Cooper nickel.
Find
So
something different.
15 copper. And then nickel. Pet land. Just gotta. Oh, somebody's making some iron? Wow. That's a big batch of iron.
Yep.
Oh, well, did you look
Is
at
it
that?
ready?
Yep, they're both ready. Oh, the iron, no.
No, the iron's got in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, figured. Takes a while.
So
The
if I do this and then this.
Hey, is Renegade on?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, Renegade, are you putting in coke ovens?
I will be.
Okay. Then I won't. I'll put them in with you. I have some tier 3 brick.
Ooh, that works out rather well.
So yeah, you want my brick so you can make your coke
Yeah.
ovens?
Yeah, I'll take them.
All right. Because we're running out of coke.
All right, Cooper nickel. What is the
Hold on,
melting
did I get it
temperature?
all? Yeah, I got it all.
1325.
Had to make sure I got all my blocks because the last time I went and I was a little impatient with gathering my glass, and it went all it was hot to touch and had to wait for it to cool, and I figure I lost about a stack of glass that I made, which really annoyed me. You're in your house, or are you in the main?
I'm above my house, actually.
Oh, there you are.
Uh,
Put it.
now,
you
do
put
I
it out
have
here?
to?
Okay. Where'd it go? Oh, Jesus, sorry. I put it in the pit kilns. I'll bring it to you when it's ready.
Okay.
I forgot. I forgot I put it in the pit kilns. Hold on. What am I doing? Going crazy.
UP Tech sent another message, and I'm gonna pop off voice then. Really interesting about the whole Minecraft thing.
Oh, do you see the latest CT update of the fall? I didn't know you put out a new Chisel Tools update. I know I updated it. No, which I updated. Yeah, after you fixed the last thing with
Oh, cool.
with material use. If the material existed, it didn't use another one. So excellent. Full paste shape. So is it a new mode, or is it a fix of the old mode? Like, you have a shape paste and you have a material paste. Is this another one on top of that? Your iron is almost done.
Oh, yeah. Are you gonna take care of it?
Well, it's all you, man. It's all you.
Okay. Fine.
Also has hand planer mode. We can extrude, remove.
Back and forth between yours, mine, yours, mine, yours, mine.
Okay, useless. Which mode actually saves it to disk? That I couldn't immediately see. Where's my? I need to save these. I have a pantograph around here somewhere. There it is.
Yeah, it's right there.
Well,
it was up there.
I mean, I understand the door thing. I've not used those, but I saw when you had it in your when you were showing me on a Discord stream, you were able to save the disk and then load it like later. Oh, it's a command. Okay. Well, I mean, it can be a command. You just gotta include it in the description, right? Yeah. Like, I would go into your lang file, whatever the lang file is, and I would add a crap ton to this right here. That's what I would do. Like outline all the things. And you can organize this, treat this like a web page, right? Even though it's on like a single line in your lang file, which is so stupid. Even though it's on, like, treat it like a web page. Even like BR tags, like you can, all the content in here is like a web page. So, flesh that out. Include all of the little hidden, like, commands and stuff like that. That way, at least it's a central place that people can look at. That's one of my priorities in Vintage is documenting all of that stuff. Is there a bunch of quartz in the car?
Yes. I wanted to grind it down. I think I put it in the wrong chest. Yeah, I know there's a big stack of iron right there. But I'm using your mold. I also found a mine of iron.
Yeah. Well, I made iron in Ores of Plenty. I made iron much more prevalent.
Yes.
So you could actually find it.
Yes, Hoss.
Tree.
Oh, thank you for taking that
Yep.
fuel out of there. I usually take it out. I forgot.
I'm waiting on my Cooper nickel.
I saw that. Are you switching them over for me there, Ross? Okay, I don't need this anymore. And if you are, thank you. I gotta go back and do that.
Quentin, I was gonna mention this, and it might make you throw up a little in your mouth, so I apologize. So, I made the building gadget mod, and I got permission from Dyer via Twitter to port the mod, even though I didn't use any code that he did, to port the mod.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To Vintage Story, right? So that's, I did get permission from Dyer to do that. One thing that would be, with the chisel tools that you have, my first thought is a copy paste gadget, because that was one of the functions. That was one of the things I didn't do for the building gadget. So the building gadget does actually the building exchanging and destruction. So the building gadget does the 3 of the other gadgets and building. So building, destruction, and exchange. The one function that I didn't do is the copy paste, because I hadn't gotten in. I hadn't looked at any of that code. So if you wanted, Quentin, you could create a copy paste gadget and apply all of the knowledge that you've gotten to a copy paste gadget, which is essentially, it's a way to do it in the game that, I don't know. One of the things that I've learned to do is take all of the knowledge from past modding, and my next project is always much, much better as far as the code goes and all of that. You take all of the lessons learned, you take all of that, and then you apply that to the next project. The copy paste gadget is one that I think I think would do pretty well because it would be an area based rather than using like the world gen tools and stuff like that, which really is really annoying. And then as awesome as the pantograph is, and I give you full credit for figuring out how to do chiseled blocks, but it does one block at a time. And the copy paste gadget would be able to do more than one block at a time. It would be a mapping of that. Doing world edit stuff, maybe you could probably do that. Maybe. But being able, like, the copy paste gadget had two modes, copy and paste, and it had the template manager, right? So you could use world edit to like save if somebody wanted to save a schematic disk, the template manager, you could do that. Now, I'm not sure how you would mix it in with world edit, but you've already figured out 90% with the pantograph how to take a chisel block and apply it with its materials to another block, right? And that's 90% of the work. You just iterate through all the blocks in an area, whatever area they select, right? So you could shift right click one block, that would start the anchor, and then you would just right click a second block and that would define your volume. And then you just iterate through all the blocks in there, and that would be your schematic. And you would just save that in whatever format. I don't even know how your pantograph works, but you just save that. But adding a copy paste gadget is a dream of mine for the building gadget. And there's just so many freaking bugs with the building gadget. They must have done something with SVG files and icons. These icons here, because my building gadget now, the icons are all shitty. They're all bad. And I don't know what they did, but between last version and this version, all of my building gadget icons are just junk. They're just ugly. So I'm gonna have to look into that. But yeah, there's a couple bugs with the building gadget. I haven't touched that mod in a while. And I know Oz found one crash bug within like 30 seconds of actually getting a building gadget. Like the very first block he tries to use it on, it crashes him. I'm like, really? Yeah, it's one of the gadgets that I'd love to add, and it's also the building gadget. The building gadget mod is one that that I want to have the copy paste gadget, but I also want, once I get vintage engineering really going, I want to add a configurable flag that makes you have to charge the device, right? You have to put it into a charger, you have to charge it full of power, and then use it that way. Essentially what those systems do is they basically use the durability system for charge. Like, it's just simple way to do it. But yeah, if you look at the building gadget, again, I haven't touched that code in a year or two, so it's gonna need another fresh coat of paint and some polish for the new version. It is functional. I know Oz has been using it to a limited amount, but there are still various bugs. But yeah, all that code is on my GitHub. You can look at it, fork it, download it, play with it, look at it, laugh at it, critique it. We'll do whatever. But yeah, it's all there. It was the mod I made to teach me tool modes, and I don't do you know, anytime I do an example mod, I usually go big. So I don't just have one tool mode on it. I have like 7. And then obviously the crafting table was my introduction to a GUI. As well as if you put stuff on it, right, you can see it. Even though it doesn't line up with the direction you face, and that would be a nightmare. I'd have to rotate all the models and things. But yeah, this is what taught me the UI, and you can see that I upped my game with the UI. This is still going over here. Glorious. Let's go here. There. Just follow right. Oh yeah, the battery level, like that's easy. Like the attribute system in the game is so nice. You know, it's kind of an evolved version of the Minecraft's NBT system. Got disconnected cause of lack of communication. Interesting. Packet loss would be it, but that'd be some significant packet loss.
That's why I usually get dropped.
What were you doing?
Yeah, as far as like the copy paste gadget, it would definitely be a copy paste gadget, a template block, like a workbench. I mean, it's just something to think about. The Pandagraph is a phenomenal tool. It saved me countless hours in this upstairs.
Oh, that's probably, yeah.
Like I used it extensively to copy this. Oh, now you can see the issue with the wires now that it's nighttime. You can see the wires are black. So how do I light these wires with the light in the room? I don't understand what I did wrong here. Yeah, it's saved a lot of time. Like all these walls, I did like this right here. I did this window, and then I just copied and pasted it. It was so nice, so nice. But yeah, this wire problem here, I don't even know how to investigate that. I have no idea. But see, if I get close and I take my lantern out, wink, now they light up. Right? Why do they not get light normally? If the sun is out, they're lit. So I know they're getting sunlight. Whatever. But I don't know. And the other issue that I would love to figure out, or at least have somebody help me figure out, is how to UV map the wires. Because you can kind of see the segment. If you get close enough, there's a little elbow right there. So this right here is one segment. Because it generates the segments, right? And this shorter one is really easy to see, the segments, when you get close. So there's a segment there, and there's a segment there, and there's a segment there. The thing is, I'd love to be able to UV map the segments, right? And each segment would be a UV map of the texture. So the entire texture would wrap around it. It's just a copper plate, I think. Copper plate texture. But yeah, that right now it yeah, I don't know. But if I take out my thing, it's I don't know. Real-time lighting, not picking up block lighting. Yeah, it's only I don't know enough about the rendering system. You know, my skill set is in getting all this stuff, you know, simulating and working. Rendering stuff, I don't even know. Yeah, connected. Oh, I don't even want to think about connected textures. Oh. I know Tyrone has dipped his toe into connected textures. He hasn't really mentioned it since he talked about it, so I'm sure that he probably feels the same way you do. Like, no thanks. I'll pass. I made myself 7 cups of coffee today. My coffee machine eats an entire cup worth of water whenever I make coffee. It's just I guess it's the angel share. I don't know. I put 8, I filled it up to the 8 and it gave me 7. If I fill it up to the 7, it gives me 6. Right? So it eats a cup. But this is Buggy's Ground and Pound. This is looks like that's all done. Oink. They're all ready to go. Ooh, we are grinding up a serious amount of salt. Somebody needs salt. Oh yeah, the other thing I needed to test. Oh, that is. Take that. The vein miner. So I did do a fix, even though I got to do another fix. I'd have to do a fix on my fix. I put some code in there to try to prevent it from crashing when it breaks in vein mine mode. Very specific type of crash. While you're vein mining, if it runs out of durability, I was actually doing twice the durability damage on it in vein mine mode. So whoops on that. So that's fixed. I was damaging it, and then I was damaging it again. So, and then after the second damage is when it was capturing whether or not it broke. So what it was happening, it was breaking on the first one, and then trying to break it again, and then that was throwing a no ref exception. Because it immediately, when you damage an item and it breaks instantly in that very millisecond. So, but I also added saltpeter to this, so you can mine saltpeter. I just got to find some.
Okay, there's saltpeter in the lava chute, remember? Unless you already got that.
There's should be a bunch, just various places around here. You just got to find a cave. Oh. Stupid bell. Okay. Yeah, the Lang file, I wish... Yeah, the handbook, as helpful as the handbook can be, it is a pain in the ass to actually put any content in, because it's all on one line. It's hard to visualize. If I could build individual web pages for the handbook, that would be nice. All right, I need to find. Oh. DOS get booted again?
Seems like it.
There's a cave. There's some saltpeter. Vein mine. There it is. Yep. Oh, did I get some? Wow. All right, that works. Silly drifters. Oh yeah, the other fix that I put in, the rock sniffer works on cracked rock now. That was just like a really easy change. So, oh, look at that, some gold. Take that. More iron. This could be like the very tip of a very giant iceberg. I don't know how much iron. I don't think we're in need of iron right now, but oh, there's a little bit of saltpeter. Wow. Ow, drifter. Rude. Might as well. Yeah, now the vein mine mode actually vein mine. It actually spiders out and detects the vein. I'm pretty proud of that algorithm. The fact that it works and doesn't completely doesn't destroy everything. Nice. Bunk beds. This is a crazy place to have a kid's bedroom. You know, it is what it is. Chalk stone. Really? A little bit of chalk. Aged wooden planks. 10 sticks. I don't really need 10 sticks. Aged. I'm really hoping the next update, he like really lavishes up the cave system. I would love to find giant like caves underground and like underground mines and yeah, man, even more. I don't think we need more saltpeter, but that's several hundred right there. Wow, it just keeps going. It's chromium. Oh, there's another thing. Ow, sir. That was rude. Bismuth? Hmm. Well, I don't. One of the things I don't want is I don't want so much stuff because if the more the more stuff you add to world gen, and this isn't true in Minecraft. The slower world gen becomes. So you got to do it in a way that doesn't break everything. You know me, always thinking about performance and stuff. Oh, I am low on food. I better get back home. So my stream hasn't suffered at all. Yeah, I don't know. Is there? I'm not aware, or at least familiar with a lot of the network debugging tools. I don't know if there's a way to get your ping, like what your ping is with the server.
Might be Discord.
Well, it could be.
Discord has a tendency to be a pig.
Yeah, I tend to close and restart my Discord at least once a week. There's a rabbit in the house. Wabbit, go away. No, don't. Run away. No, not under the stairs. Stupid. No. Get out of the house. Or you will be dinner. Okay, well, I guess it wants to be dinner. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, we can't leave the doors open.
Darn it.
Oh yeah, saltpeter is over here. Oh. Build that chest up. All right. Granite. Chalk. Still have to find chalk. I have a chest over here somewhere. There it is. For all the aged stuff. Rope. Oh. Yep. There's my food. So it's funny that nobody has actually reported the bug for pies. If you take this, like if I take this pie and I right click it and I eat it, it doesn't give me any satiety. I have to use the knife on it to get it. The last piece of pie, you have to use a knife on. Otherwise, you don't get any hunger satiety out of it. So yeah, that's a bug.
Okay, here's number one. This one needs to be fixed too. I'm screwed up.
There's that. Through the, let's see, treasure. I think I have all of these. Through the grass at night, we have already. So I turn off my.
There's a pie bug?
Yeah. I just described it. If you grab the last piece of pie without the knife and eat it, it doesn't give you any satiety at all.
Wow.
You have to grab it with the
Knife.
knife.
Well, that makes sense.
All right. Cooper nickel.
So what are you using Copernicus for?
There's some Jonas devices I want to.
Ah. Yeah, I made a mistake.
Freeze for a second? That's a pretty extreme lag spike. I haven't been experiencing that.
I haven't.
You haven't or have?
Haven't.
Me neither.
Not that bad.
I mean, my instinct tells me like
Initially, I got
maybe
a few pauses every once in a while, but
maybe reboot. That
Haven't
would be
had it
my
happen
instinct.
to me
Would
in a
be to
while.
like just reboot. Silver, gold. Oh, no, gold yet. Galena, copper, malachite, iron. No. Bismuth, fluorite. Players, what did you do?
Hit a button.
Yeah, what button was that?
Why?
which button did you press?
Yeah. So you weren't here, but I discovered a crash bug with the flexible tools mod. If you hit Y and the magnet is not on your neck, it will crash every time.
Huh.
So I need to put a no ref check in there.
Well, let's hope nobody has to spell the word yes in chat.
It's only if the thing is not on your neck slot.
Oh, okay. So if it's on your next slot, you're okay.
Yeah, if it's there, it's fine. But if it's not on your neck and you hit Y, it'll crash just because it's not there and it's trying to enable something that's not there, and it's like, nope.
That's just weird.
It's just an oversight in the hotkey that I made.
Yeah. So there's something that hasn't been done. Reach.
What? What about it?
Oh, just having items with, that have actual reach rather than more reach than usual.
Well, if you pick up the building gadget and you put it on build to me mode, and then you put the building gadget away, your reach will be significantly further than it was.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
It's a bug with the building gadget, and I have looked at that code many, many times. It's always been a bug with the building gadget. When you drop the tool, when you change your hotbar slot, whenever you're not on the tool, I reset your block reach. But for some reason, the game just insists. So that's another one of those like, oh, I really need to
Fix that.
yeah. Now that I'm much more familiar with the API than when I made the building gadget. Again, it's one of those like the building gadget was coded as part of my learning of the API, but now that I am very familiar with it, I could probably go in and find a whole bunch of examples of, oh my god, what was I thinking? So anyway, I was thinking about putting a fireplace in on this corner, taking it up. I just don't know what material. Maybe andesite? Andesite bricks? That's like all, yeah. It is like all of the QP Tech mod. I've had to peek at your code a few times just to see like how did he, you know, when I'm in Vintage in the last couple of weeks, it's like how did he accomplish this? And I look into it and I'm just like, well, I'm just like part of it is like I can't figure out how you did it because however it's coded is like I can't quite crack what he was doing here, but sometimes ooh, the snow is melting. Go away, snow. Give me springtime. I mean, what you accomplished with it is phenomenal. The fact that you were not only learning the system, but building something that hadn't been done before. So it's a good accomplishment, phenomenal accomplishment. I'm trying to get it to a point where it's like, you know, it's really sad. It's so depressed. I was looking on the ModDB a couple days ago, and while I know my Vintage Engineering mod is like really early days, and I made sure people knew that on the page, my Vintage Engineering mod had been downloaded like at the time it was like 43 times. Then I looked at like the janky electricity mod, 524 down, and then further janky steam power mod, which is like really early days, and that one had like like 400 something downloads, and I'm just like, what? And those mods are just as early, like those mods are just as unstable, I would imagine, than Vintage. Mine was like 40 downloads. But I get it. Like when it's done, it's going to be hopefully popular. Because I look at QP Tech, and that really makes me like, it's like 20,000 downloads. It was just like, oh my god.
It'll happen when it happens.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully when the LV tier is done, all the recipes are in, and I've got a bunch of the intermediate components, because there's still a lot of those left. I haven't done really any of those outside of like...
It's like you talk to Hippie, okay? And like I remember when you first were into Vintage Story and you went on to Hippie's server. You remember that?
Hippie's server. I don't think I've ever joined anybody else's server.
No, not her joined her server, but watched her server. And I remember you making a comment. And then you started playing Vintage Story. And I remember one of the things that Hippie said, you know, it's like you do things because you enjoy it, you know, not because, you know, well, that's why she does it, right? She does what she does because she enjoys it. You know, she doesn't, I guess she learned her lesson not to dwell on the audience.
Oh, yeah. I learned a long time ago in my channel.
Right? And the thing is like you can't dwell on the, like people have access to your mod. And yes, it would be nice if more people used it. But, you know.
Well, at this point, I mean, one of the reasons I don't mind the fact that not a lot of people have downloaded is because that version I uploaded is full of bugs. Like, there's a lot of bugs that I've fixed since I put that out there.
Yeah.
You know, and so it was meant to be a very introduction. And the other caveat to that is you could use the interfaces and the framework that are in that to actually make your own machine.
Yep.
So, like, one of the reasons why that is out there is like, hey, this is at least get you started. You know, make a machine that gets from electric block, that uses electric block in it or electric BE, you know, that implements all of these interfaces. And you could start the framework. You could build your own machine right now with that mod and the DLL is nothing. The API hasn't changed since I put that out there.
Yeah.
So it's like you could absolutely like build your own machine and add your own machine using that API, and it would plug right into my currently developing electric network system.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people are. You're right. You're right, Quinn. Most people are looking to download finished mods.
Yep. They don't want to be part of the development process.
Ooh, we have a lot of food.
It happens.
5 buckets of honey. Lord. Hematite. I'm just gonna
Oh, why did I do that? That was dumb.
put this in.
Oh,
Grab
wait a minute. No, it
these.
wasn't.
All of your iron is sitting here stacked, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
All right, now do this, do that. Hit E, hit H. Okay, let's
I got
look.
distracted by something else. Like trying to figure out why my why my greenhouses weren't working.
Oh, I need a lead plate and an electrum plate. Oh, okay, put that away. Oh, let's go back. Electrum.
Gold and silver.
Yep. I think it's 50-50. Yeah. So if I do 1,600, that would be 50, 60. That would be exactly 1 pour in the plate gold. 961. Charcoal. And then lead should be, yeah. Interesting. I go this, night vision lens, glass. Hopefully we have some glass left. Vision assembly, that is just, yeah, we have those. Oh, I just used my lid. Oh my god. Okay. Glad I looked. Okay, anything else? I need to look up to see if we have glass. Dude. Coopernickel. And this was lead plate, right?
Guess I should probably grab that stuff too. I'm here.
This was going to take a while.
Imagine building a house out of this brick.
What brick?
Tier 3 brick.
I don't know why you would want to do that, but
Cause it's like sparkly. Okay. Coming over. I have brick for you, renegade.
Alright.
I don't know if it's enough or not, but it'll at least get you started. Wow. Lag. You got space?
Yeah, just drop it.
No. Sorry. I forgot. Hold on. Where'd you go? There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. How much is that?
2
Is that it?
stacks.
2 stacks. I don't know how many stacks you need. it 2x2 or 3x3?
3x3, I think.
Is it really? That's expensive
For what?
for a coke oven block.
Coke oven.
Yeah, tier 3 brick.
Tier 3, you don't need to use tier 3 brick for coke oven. You can use fire clay bricks for that. It's way cheaper.
Oh, okay. So the tier 3 would be for the
For the steel maker.
Steel
Yeah.
maker. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot more tier 3, right?
What is this? I have 2 cementation person already, so I don't know what this wee stuff is. But yeah,
I have one already too.
You have 2. He has 1. I have none. And the reason why I'm doing the whole iron thing is because I need steel.
right. And I get that. Are you harvesting all the materials?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the process is you got to get a windmill generator, you've got to get the pulverizer, you've got to get all that stuff going.
Yeah. I understand. Understand.
You gotta learn how to do it.
I already know how to do it. I just don't want to do it. Not when it's already there.
I could lock the whole. I could lock all the chunks down so you can't access them if you want me to do it that way.
Oh, you would, wouldn't you?
I 100% would. Yes.
He would.
But why
I've
would you
already
do that?
squirreled away all the steel because I noticed it's been dwindling. So no more steel.
So if I take my iron and go over there to your steel thing, you're gonna lock them up on me so I can't make steel?
I would lock them up so you need to build it and learn how to do it and have that sense of
But if
accomplishment.
I already know how to do it.
I know, but the process of doing it gives
That's
you
like saying I'm not gonna. That's like saying, okay, for you to replace my roof, you're gonna have to build my house first.
no.
The house is already there. I just have to strip off the roof and put a new roof on it.
No, what it's like is looking at your neighbor's car and going, I don't need a car to drive to work. I'll just use my neighbor's car.
That's
That's
not
what it's
the
like.
Point. That is not.
It is. You're looking at the equipment and
What kind of stupid thinking is that?
it's not.
Dumb.
It's you have to get to the other side of a challenge, which is steel. It is doing the work to get to that point. That way it's way more rewarding when you get your first batch of steel.
Poppycock. I just gotta say, poppycock.
Oh, come on, Led. Just cool off already.
Really? Stone path slab. No, I don't want stone path. Stone path.
Oh.
Alright, stand.
Is it storming for you again, Renegade?
Oh, any stone.
Oh, it's been storming for the past 4 days.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna flood advisory until tomorrow afternoon.
You know what?
Flood advisory.
Oh, Jesus. That's crazy.
Yeah. Now it is April. We get a lot of rain in April.
All right. This is Electrum.
Need to put a fence around those chickens.
Wait. Oh, shh.
But I do understand what you're saying. It's just I don't understand it, especially when we're on the server together. But fine.
You
I
can
just
use those.
thought
You
I
can
just
use those
thought I
refractory
was.
bricks you brought over.
Was that?
You can use the bricks you brought over.
No. I'm not there yet. But
Oh, they're here. When do you
it's
want them?
gonna if he's gonna be like that, fine.
Forgot this was. I should have poured this in one of those. Damn it. Now I gotta
Okay.
wait for those
So I
to
guess I'm
cool.
just building my greenhouses for me then, right? Because I thought I was building the greenhouses for everybody to use.
I've always assumed that you were building them for you. We have enough
No,
food. We
I
have
wasn't.
enough food to feed all of us for like 5 years right now. So
Oh no, I was just thinking about stuff that we can't grow during the wintertime. I wasn't building them for me. Jesus, if I were building them for me, I wouldn't be like building the structure that I'm building.
I honestly, that's why I thought you were building it, like, because you had this idea of this cool structure,
No.
and you were just. I encourage.
No.
I encourage building. I encourage like all of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm a builder. I like building. I like building all sorts of things. This is just something I've never built before. I thought it would be like kind of cool, something neat.
Yeah.
Anyways, but I do not think like I'm Canadian, so I'm always thinking about, the other person. So, I'm all about community and stuff, working together for a common goal, that kind of thing. But hey, you want to be like that, fine, be like that. Don't have to agree with you.
It's. Can't even tell if you're serious or not.
That's why we're always smiling, it's friggin' cold up here. It's like everybody comes, like you got people comes up in the summertime. Where's all the snow? It's summer. I thought you guys had a national igloo. What? Where'd you hear that? Well, somebody told me. You believe them? Jesus. Anyways, yeah, I figured, with like, us doing his part with all the cooking and stuff like that, it's like, yeah. Anyways. Whatever. No big deal.
All right. Standing around waiting for all these things to finish. I can't believe I poured this. Oh, it's gonna take so long. Okay, need some food. that is just about done. Smelting temperature 327.
Okay.
SMH. SMH. What's SMH stand? SMH. I see that every once in a while, and I'm like, SMH. SMH currently typing my chisel tool page. SMH. So if you're smash my head. The other topic I was going to mention today was the issue on texture space, texture sizes. I was hoping Andy Dandy would show up today. He's probably still a little pissed at me. And I was talking to Rinley yesterday about it. I saw a really worrying trend with the texture sizes he was putting out, which is why I had to say something. The base game textures are 32 by 32. So when it's generating the atlas, the texture atlas, it's able to, the texture atlas is a single texture that's 4096 by 4096. And it puts all of the textures on that atlas at runtime, and then it just indexes, right? It just automatically indexes the atlas. Now, he recently made a change that expanded the atlas. And because before it was just one, you just had one atlas, and because of all the mods, it was actually running into problems. But with the atlas is the thing that's on the video card, right? That's the thing that's indexed on the video card. So with 32 by 32 pixels, you're able to fit quite a lot of textures on the atlas. But when Andy did the LB generator, the texture used was 64 by 64, and I thought that's the equivalent of 4 textures. I thought that's within the limit that I would put, even though it was a bigger texture. It's okay. But then the metal press was 96 by 96, which is 6 textures worth of texture space for one machine, right? So the difference, the reason why I sort of said something was the other textures, right, in the game, whether it's wood, clay, whatever it is, they're reused in many, many places, right? You have one texture that's used in a half a dozen locations. Like all of the molds, right? All of the molds use the same texture. So it's reused over and over again, saving a huge amount. Having one texture for one machine, and that's the only place you can actually use that texture, uses that texture space up, and it doesn't save any other machine. You can't use that anywhere else. So that was one, like, okay, well, let's see where this goes. And then he did the kiln, which is 128 by 128, right? That's 16 base game texture worth of texture space. That is way over the top. Like, if you broke that apart into 16 individual 32 by 32 textures, you would be able to get an immense amount of detail out of that. But putting it on one giant texture means the texture atlas has a giant chunk taken out of it that can't be used for anything else. Because as it's building the atlas, I can't even imagine the algorithm that builds that atlas out. And it hits those big textures like that. Like it causes it just causes a nightmare. And it causes other mods like bricklayers and all these other mods to now they have many texture atlases, and the more of those you do, like, it's just compounds the problem, right? I would rather him use 8 reusable textures than 16 texture space for one texture that's not reusable anywhere else. That is my, like, bottom line. But the goal for efficiency for the now this is also LV machines. These are single block machines. These do not need a huge amount of detail. They just don't. I want to save the glory, the detail for the big multi-blocks, because those, when you build those in the model editor, yeah, you have a single block that's highlighted, but the model is going to be giant. It's going to be way bigger than that single block. That is going to be able to use, I want to spend my sort of internal budget for texture space on the big machines. That way when somebody builds them, it's like, oh, look at this thing. It looks awesome. That's my reasoning behind it. And I know it's a pain in the ass. I do. But I saw this trend of him going just apeshit crazy with these textures without ever being able to reuse them with anything else, right? Because of how he UV mapped all the faces onto the texture, you can't use that texture anywhere else. Plus, trying to programmatically tweak something, like, it's just a bigger headache, because the texture is mapped different than literally everything else in the game. I have never come across a block in the game that is textured with that system of UV map. Everything is basically like this texture, this texture, this texture, and this texture, and it's just whatever, pick and choose. 32 by 30, yes, but you have to remember the entire Minecraft world is built on 16 by 16 textures, and people are just fine with that, right? So 32 by 32 texture, if you have 4 of those on a machine, if one of those is specific to the machine, right? If you have a fine detail that you need to pop into a machine, have a single texture that has some finer detail on it. Use that for a metal press. The other 3 can be generic colors, materials, and then do that with all the machines. There's a way that you can get some detail, but again, the LV blocks, they're single block. You don't need 128 by 128 texture for a single block. You just don't, right? I understand how cool it is and how much detail you can get out of a bigger texture, but on an individual machine, it would be fine. If you're looking at a factory full of machines, it's gonna be a nightmare on rendering. Absolute nightmare. Which is why I want to not only limit the number of textures, but make sure that they're in line with the base game for this generation. Because I even had rendering issues with QP Tech. I could have 8 QP Tech machines. I would have the Mark II generator with the thing. I would have that wired into like 7 machines, and my FPS would tank when I would look at them. And that was because of the texture space and the rendering. It was just like, it would just tank. So I'm really trying to minimize the hit on that. Because I did have problems with it, with like QP Tech. It wasn't. This is not a new, not a new issue. So I wanted to do it. I wanted to say something now, so I wasn't. We weren't several months into the process, and I'd be like, oh, by the way, I can't use any of these models because the textures it's just too much, right? I could have not said anything, and then all of the machines he would have redone, and then I would have put them all in a test world, and my FPS would be 12, and I'd be like, I can't use these. All the work that I put into trying to optimize the back-end code, like that would have all just been washed away because of rendering performance. So, it wasn't because I'm trying to be an asshole. It's just performance is a big thing on my agenda, and man, it's
Makes sense.
it's rough. And I don't mean to be like nitpicky and stuff. I just
Well,
I saw the trend.
I remember with expanded foods, I actually had to increase my texture file by doubling it
Mm-hmm.
so that I would actually be able to run everything that was going on, with all the additional textures and stuff.
Yeah, I mean there are some mods that add
Because the base game
crazy
only
number
has
of
so much room.
Bricklayers adds. I would say Bricklayers adds about 6,000 things. Because I accidentally loaded this mod pack on my test world, and then I reverted back, and one of the mods that I don't have on my test world is Bricklayers, and there were 6,000 missing items.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
And it's like,
Wow.
that is a huge amount of things, right? And all of those textures, all of the blocks that Bricklayers adds, those are all textures that are on the Atlas. So, and that's one mod out of many on the ModDB that do that add crazy amounts of things. And so,
crazy.
for Vintage, I'm thinking not just about my mod, but also how is this mod going to exist in the ecosystem that all of these other mods are? Because those are very, very common mods to find people are using, right? Bricklayers, it's rare to find somebody who prints their mod list. Here are the mods that I play with, and it's rare to find Bricklayers that isn't on that list because it's so good. So as far as like texture space and rendering, and yeah, you're right on the renderers. Like having too many custom renderers can cripple you. So I'm, as far as my mod goes right now,
it just doesn't function properly. That's all.
Yeah, my mod right now, one of the only I have 2 custom renderers right now, and that's both with the Catenary mod. So the wires that render, that's one renderer, and then when you stretch a wire, like when you're in the middle of wiring something and you get that wire that sort of follows you around, that's a separate renderer. So those are 2 renderers that I have. But this renderer sort of exists with the player, and it just renders all of the wires in the world depending on how close they are to you. So if they're far away, it doesn't render them. But it just tracks and renders what's around you. All of the machines, right? The machines that have like animations and stuff, that's just a built-in system. And so those renderers are built in. It's a base game thing. But I need to take a quick bathroom break here, so I'll be right back. You're not going to have six. No, I'm not going to have 6,000 machines. No, which is why, like, I'm willing to be flexible on certain aspects of the texture space, right? If a machine is overly complicated, but look at the kiln, right? His model of the kiln, it's a box, and that was 128 by 128 texture for a box. Like, that was not. It was not needed. You just don't need that much texture space for something like this, right?
No.
So that and the fact that everything looks like it's made of tin bronze, which won't be, you know, there are some things that will probably have some tin bronze-esque sort of things, but most everything is going to be made from iron or steel. So that was one of the other aspects, like, why does everything look like it's tin bronze? Like, I know QP Tech is largely based on, like, copper and tin, or copper and bronze. But my mod, I want Vintage to pick up, like, there will be things prior to this, but it will really ramp up after Steel. Because I want people to go through the work of getting to Steel, getting at least 2 batches of Steel done before you're able to really make the machines to replace that furnace system, right? The long furnace system. And even then, the alloy furnace that you're going to be able to make to replace that won't be at, maybe it'll be half the time, right? So the steel making process in code is hard coded. This process using this is hard coded to 160 hours. There's literally no way to tweak that. There's no JSON setting, nothing. It's 160 hours. So my way is going to be you're going to be able to maybe cut that in half, but not much more than half. And that will be the start. Of the mod.
What's that?
So very little will be relying on tin bronze. Very, very little. Maybe some screws and some various things. And I know a lot of those recipes, a lot of the crafting recipes aren't done. But yeah, none of these machines are actually going to be made of tin bronze. It's too weak of a material. Tin bronze melting point. Tin bronze hammerhead. Tin bronze ingot. Yeah, 950 degrees. I mean, this kiln will be able to get to 1100. But yeah, this is going to have some bricks inside of it and stuff, I hope. But things like, little details. I'm a very detail-oriented person. So when I look at something, as cool as it is, my mind is going into the detail. Looking at a machine going, well, that's really cool, but it's not going to be made of tin bronze, right? That's a detail. And I know that's feedback that somebody does that work doesn't want to hear. I know, but this project, like, it's not a fly by the seat of my pants project. I have this thing planned out. The design document is planned out. The mod has a very distinct direction, heavily influenced by immersive engineering, obviously, but not beholden to it. It's going to take inspiration from a lot of different Minecraft mods. But it was funny. Like the announcement video that I put out. One of the first comments on the video was, "Oh, I can't wait for the cool conveyor belts and stuff." And I wrote back and I was like, "There will be no conveyor belts in this mod." And I was like, I hope you still want to play it, but conveyor belts are way too lag inducing to serve. Like there's no way to do conveyor belts. So I want to try to manage expectations right off the bat, because that is not an expectation that will be fulfilled. So I wanted to nip that one in the bud. I have a design doc, Quentin. I have one. If you watch the very first stream in the Vintage Engineering Mod playlist from last April, the very first stream is literally making the design document. And the second stream is organizing the to-do list, right? And breaking the cool stuff down into bite-sized pieces and trying to estimate like roughly how much time it would take to do each piece. And then I did an update video here a month ago that updates that and shows like all the things that I've crossed off the list and how far down I am on the list. You know, being able to add machines and stuff. This chunk unloading thing kind of set me back. I took like a couple steps back and I've had to go through again because this chunk unloading issue has caused a wrinkle that I didn't expect. I should have anticipated it. But trying to debug client server stuff, I still have to figure that out. How to spin up a server instance on my computer, and then spin up a client instance, and have my Visual Studio debugger like attached to one or the other, like that. Oh man, I don't know. But yeah, the work I did the last couple of days trying to get the chunk unloading stuff, I think I've got it honed fairly well now. Did a little bit more testing, but then I've got to test to see why the hell the system just I try to replicate some of these bugs. But yeah, adding machines is the fun part, and I can add a machine in an hour and a half. I can have another machine up and running, like it's nothing. Machine recipe, all of that stuff is fairly straightforward, depending on the complexity of the machine. Everything else is like, yeah, if it's a complex machine, then it takes a little bit long, but. That crusher with the drop down of modes, that was a fun little challenge. All right, those are my electrons. All right, now I have those. I have those. Those are done. Now maybe I can build this thing. Can you drop a link to the design document? I can get you a copy of that on Discord. I mean, it's part of my GitHub right now, but my GitHub is locked down for the mod. I can give you a copy of it. I think you're on my Discord. If not, I know I have a DM with you. There it is. Let's see. Programming. I haven't updated it in a while, but vintage. It's a okay. Yeah, I'll just give it to you, and then the file type. Is the ODT is open document. So I don't have like Microsoft Office. I have LibreOffice, and LibreOffice is a free office suite.
Yeah, I got a free Office thing too.
So LibreOffice, it's so funny. Okay, so the team behind LibreOffice, initially they were behind what's called OpenOffice, and OpenOffice
is literally an open source Office suite, right? So it had a word processor. It was like all of the regular things that you would get from Microsoft Office, but it was all open source, right? So OpenOffice I used for a while. While Oracle, the company Oracle, comes in and buys OpenOffice outright, right? Buys it outright.
Of course they did.
So the team behind OpenOffice made LibreOffice, and that is now free. So yeah, Oracle comes in and is like, we're gonna buy the rights to OpenOffice, and the team behind it is just like, all right, we're gonna sell it to you. However, I don't think they published how much they bought it for, but they just turn around and make LibreOffice. Hilarious, like. So yeah, it's LibreOffice. It's what I use. I've used it for years now, but it's a completely free Office suite, and it literally does everything. And it can open Office files, by the way. So it has a spreadsheet version, LibreOffice Calc, the word processor. It even has like a PowerPoint system. Like it has all the usual things that you would expect, but it's completely free. It's glorious. Anyway, let's put this back up on the wall. But yeah, that's my design document. It goes so far, and then it turns into the to-do list. So the sort of the plan, the to-do list is at the bottom. But it's just a general like, here's like kind of my brainstorm. I didn't want to get too lost in the weeds when it came to like this machine and that machine and this machine and that machine. It's the foundation, the generality is following immersive engineering, because that's what people would be familiar with and have the expectation towards. And I've already veered off from the machine list a little bit because of the specific things that vintage engineering does, namely like a log splitter, right? Immersive engineering didn't have a log splitter. You didn't need one, right? The firewood was not a thing in Minecraft. So the log splitter, like, why would you need that in Minecraft? So the LV in general, the LV category of machines largely looks at automating or mechanizing all of the base game like vintage stuff in general. Like that's what the LV machine tier is for. The MV machine tier, and I was talking to Rinley about this yesterday, the MV machine tier is going to be about building up power infrastructure, like a more advanced power infrastructure and refining of fluids. So you're going to have the ability to manipulate and use fluids and craft with fluids and refining and distilling and, a giant squeezer. It's going to introduce the first multi-blocks is the MV tier. So once the LV tier is...
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Oh, once the LV tier is sort of locked in place and we're ready to move on, then it's going to be trying out and trying to get the multi-block system to work. And I'm very frightened of that. But yeah, the MV tier is going to be about sort of expanding the factory into other means of power gen and refining. And then the HV tier, that's where the behemoth machines and stuff. That's where like the giant arc smelt, the big refineries, like the things the very end game stuff you expect to find, that use a massive amount of power. Now that would technically be sort of top tier end of immersive engineering is that sort of thing. But there is an EV tier to my catenary mod. I did include an EV tier, extreme voltage. An EV tier if we get to that point, if there's interest, the EV tier, that's where like the nuclear stuff comes from, right? Think of like the power gen from Mechanism, right? You have the reactor, you have a turbine, you have the SPS, you have the fusion
Yeah,
reactor.
somebody was talking about that in the Vintage Story Discord.
Yeah. So the EV tier, that's like once all of the steps are in place, the EV tier, that's where that picks up. Because those reactors are going to be obscenely powerful. And you know, the recipes and the materials and the alloys and all of the really crazy stuff is going to be in that tier. Like that's going to be like crazy alloying and crazy processes and like you can imagine the insanity that you could do in there. But anyway, that's like way down the road. That's a year or two from now. So those are the in general like where my mind is at in terms of that kind of stuff. All right. Now that I have, I think, all the things to craft this, I need some things and stuff. Let's do that. And I need those. Okay, do that. And I do have some Cooper nickel. This is a inverted refraction cylinder. And yeah, the I was talking with Renly yesterday. We were talking about including some of these Jonas assembly parts into the machines as far as ingredients, right? As a way to gate, because you have to kill drifters and you have to like, there are things that you have to do to get these parts. While we have a lot of them, it took a lot of temporal storms and drifter killing to get all these, and it's, you know, you can loot them too. Okay, so let's actually, I need some metal parts, so let's grab those. So I want that, and then this. Metal parts. Oh, glass. Shoot. Forgot about glass. And if anybody's wondering how I'm doing this, if you hold down Alt, even with an inventory open, you can look around and get your cursor back. Okay, glass there. Finely balanced oscillator. Temporal alignment node. Isn't it? It's the second one of those. Night vision lens. So the electrum gear goes there, the thing goes there, then I need dual valence emitter. Yep, one of these. There. More metal parts there. Then I need night vision mask power assembly. Shoot. Need another one of those. With some more metal parts. Yep. With that big gearbox there. And a parallel transfer vessel. Please tell me we have that. There it is. Okay. And then this. And oh no. Oh, I can't make it? Why? Why would you put this behind? Oh,
What did they do?
damn it. They locked this individual part behind a damn engineer's assembly blueprint. And that's one of the blueprints we don't have.
Karma.
Joiners, gatekeepers, channelers, treasure guardians, carpenters, pavers, stonemasons, flag makers, storage men. Like, why?
Just to be difficult.
Why would you do this, Better Ruins? Why would you do this?
It's like that one that's like supposedly like there's like these fancy doors that you can get. But they're locked too.
Yeah, the doors I think were done. The gatekeepers? Yeah, we have a gatekeepers.
Yeah, but I don't think the doors are in there. The ones that actually the doors where you can actually see, I think you can only like purchase them from like a furniture trader, which is really annoying.
Terminus teleporter. What the hell is this thing? Corpse return teleporter. Wow.
Yeah, didn't you actually get that as a drop or something? Because
I got the.
Yeah, because it can only be used once.
Yeah, but this is a different block. This must be the thing that determines where you go back to when you use it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's Terminus teleporter is different from. Yeah, what was that thing called that we found? Base return teleporter. So I don't know what the Terminus teleporter is for. But I am not a fan that this engineer's assembly blueprint is locked. So okay. I didn't do all this crafting today just to be stopped by a damn blueprint from another mod. Okay.
Dink.
It is nighttime, so how do I refuel this? Add temporal gears. How do you add temporal gears? It says add temporal gears. How do you add? Oh, you just click on it, I guess. Oh, snap. It's very, very green. Very, very, very green. Interesting. I wonder if there's a mod to ungreenify it. My goodness, is this our original? This is our original house over here. Look at this. It's still here.
Yep. Nobody's touched it.
And there's a cat. Because of course there's a cat. Interesting. Does it offer any? No, it doesn't offer any armor. Now, does it use its fuel if it's not on? Yeah. This little shit. I had to clean the can box at like 11 o'clock last night. She just decided, oh, I'm going to pee all over the floor. And just made a huge mess. Because that tiny little brain, it can't comprehend that if your head is over the litter box, your ass end might not be. So it's like the front end is standing in the litter box, and then she squats down, but her back end is on the floor. So just a few more brain cells, maybe that would solve that problem. But
Sometimes cats are just dumb.
yeah. Okay, so it's official. It doesn't use it. Doesn't use the fuel. It's not on, which is good. But that might be handy.
Do something wrong.
What other Jonas things?
Yep, that's right. Okay.
The Rift Ward, another
Yes.
thing. But we have the Night Watcher, which does the same.
Thank you.
Resonator, we already have one of those. This terminus teleporter doesn't have any description. It looks wicked cool. Corpse return teleporter. Corpse return. That's ominous. Does anybody know out there what this thing does? Anybody watching?
Not a clue.
Yeah, so I would assume that's kind of what it's for. Maybe return your corpse, but like, how? Well, I don't know. I have many questions.
Yeah, because the thing is that if you use a temporal gear, if you die, you just respawn, right? So
Right, but I have the flag option. I have the flag where you don't drop anything when you die. That's
exactly.
that's so in the case that you do, the corpse return would probably at least maybe possibly return your stuff back. Like I'm not 100% sure.
don't know. Is it a one-time use or a constant?
Probably a one-off.
Yeah.
It was a block. It looked like a major machine.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wish you could hide your helmet. That way I could be walking around with my crown on. Awesome. Super.
Okay.
Okay. So
Get all my glass back. Right back.
all right. The hammer away. Done.
I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
What?
Guess I better go and get some copper.
Ah, oil. Nice. Redwood seed. Oh, sir, that was rude.
Yeah, there was one mod that I really liked using. Perhaps you've seen it. It's called Stone Railings.
For vintage?
Yep.
Stone railings.
Somebody actually created a mod for having stone railings on stairs, and it's like really, really nice.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that.
And it's not a big mod either, so. Which is kind of nice. Figured that would appeal to you. 'Cause I know you don't like big mods.
Stuff, little details like that, I like to do with chiseling because that's kind of
The point, yeah.
yeah, that's like the strength of the game is the chiseling system. So I try to use that as much as I possibly to get the detail.
Yeah. Get rid of these things. Such thing is too much, right? Yeah, I figured, I'd stick around because, everything's here. But if I have to do everything myself, then I might as well not stick around here and just go somewhere else in the world.
We can be a little community.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Your community works
But-
together, right? I know I'm dwelling. Okay, so I managed to fix 3 of the green. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 3 of the greenhouses. So
They weren't working?
no, they weren't because I made a mistake.
Oh, did they change how greenhouses work?
No, same way. I just did something. I took something and went with it, and the way I did it was wrong because it wasn't registering as a greenhouse.
Oh, Huh.
Yeah, it wasn't registering as a greenhouse, but it was raising the temperature. Which was weird. So I had to fix that. But now I got 3 greenhouses that work properly. And, well, because you guys suggested that taking the water and putting it underneath the foundation or the footings and then putting the soil in place. And I thought, okay, I'll try that. And I did that, and I did something wrong, and it wasn't working. So what I did was I built the greenhouse, put the soil in place, and then put water underneath the soil, and then finished my build. I guess one of the other things that I didn't realize is that by using cobblestone, which they say you're supposed to use for a greenhouse, was leaking. So I had to figure out a way to actually secure it so That way the water that's in there doesn't leak out. Because it was leaking out. And my greenhouse, the water was drying out. Oh, yeah, I had to fix that too. But now my greenhouses are all working, so
Sweet.
yeah. So I'll probably, well, he's in the Pacific Northwest. I used to live there, so, you know, I used to live in BC, so I know what he's talking about when it comes to storms. Now, if I looked south and I saw clouds over Mount Baker, I knew that rain was coming, because that was the directions the storms came from. But in the wintertime, you look towards Vancouver Island because the storms are coming in off the ocean in the wintertime.
Yeah, actually,
You find it
I love
anyhow.
actually big storms, and it's been
There's a
a
hotel.
few years since we've had one here. We used to get them all the time in the summer. Like there was always a time when we would get big storm. Like July would be like guaranteed to get at least one big storm. And it's been a few years since we had our big rip roaring storm go through. So I miss it.
I bet. One of the things that I enjoy is like when you get the storms that come in that have the nice heavy droplets.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, and the rain is warm, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, and it's just warm rain, heavy droplets, and you know, you would like, you know, if you're out roughing it, have a shower. What are we gonna do with this one? I think I have another spot. I ran out of terra preta, so I can't remember. Can you actually connect greenhouses, or does it actually require a space between?
As far as like a shared wall, you should be able to have a shared wall between the two.
You think so?
Yeah,
As long as that
because
wall
the
lasts,
room detection looks at the volume inside and you know, making sure that it's
Yeah.
got walls and glass on the top. So
Okay.
it doesn't like reserve that wall for one greenhouse, and so you can't use it for another. Like the room detection system isn't that specific, so it should work.
Okay. Okay.
we not have chert?
We should.
Chert. Crazy. Yeah, we don't have chert. Chert!
Okay, I've been looking for chalk.
Yeah, chalk. Crazy. Trying to find chalk.
Yeah, I think you gotta go south. Like I mean, like really south, because even at 10,000 mark, I still haven't found chalk. I went 5,000 east. I went 5,000 west from this position. Didn't find any. Went down to 10,000. Went 5,000 in one direction, 5,000 in another direction. Still didn't find it. It's wow. I have never been on a server or had a planet generate that I couldn't find. You know, couldn't find it. It's so weird.
Really? Chert. Bauxite. Chert, gravel, we don't. We have plenty of gravel. Why are these seeds not burning up? Stop. Chert, gravel. Oh. Jeez, those are hard to get rid of. Stupid seeds. All right, now
Okay, do I still have the glass on it? Yes, I do.
scroll. Lower letters. Should have a lower box that all the lower items. Okay. Now, page torch holder goes over here. Getting quite a collection of those. And the hide goes in the leather making building. This is a medium there. Alright, that takes care of all that. Emerald. Oh. 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 But he didn't need 10? Jesus. That's a lot of. Just all granite. See if there's anything under it. Granite, peridot. Bunch of olivine, probably.
Silver, zinc, iron. This is a lot of sand. Commodities trade. I should have brought some gears with me. Darn it. I always think about it too late.
We just try to find something to trade.
Tin, silver. Oh, here's another one of those giant oak trees. Like I wanna grow oak trees like this, but I have no idea. Oh, frustrating. Turnips. Don't need turnips. Quartz, tin, silvite, iron, peridot. Oh, granite and quartz. Never mind. This is granite all the way down to mantle. Crazy. This is just nothing but granite around. And in Minecraft, the granite has like an orange tint to it.
Yep.
Ooh, there's a different type of rock. Finally. Andesite. Finally, there's some andesite. I don't even know how much
you've been
andesite
looking
we
for that
have.
for a while, haven't you?
Yeah. Andesite. Deep andesite. Should I just peek at how much is down there? I think that's enough to be going on with. So let's go back up the hole.
Oh, you're down in one of your mines?
No, I'm just out and about looking. So grabbed a bunch of andesite. And take another quick bite. We are back.
Crazy. Ugh. Wow, that is a sheer cliff. Holy cow. Mountains are so tall the trees are chopped off on the top because it's past the world gen. That's crazy.
Yep.
Oh, I hear bees. There it is. That is a very bizarre looking people. Another commodities trader. You can buy commodities. Well, if he's a commodities merchant, why can't you sell commodities to him? Why can't I come in here and sell him a bunch of stuff?
I've never been able to figure that one out.
Like, yeah, like if you're a commodities trader, you should be trading in commodities. Like, it makes sense to me.
Yep, you would think.
Quartz, phyllite rock. That's one I don't think we've run into yet.
Mr. Booster. Yeah, I know I just kicked you off, but hey. Why did I do that? That was just silly. Oh yeah, you would fall down all the way, wouldn't you?
Salt. Very rare to find this kind of rock so deep. Holy cow. Found the mother lode of marble.
Nice.
How the heck did a goat escape from that enclosed? Pretty sneaky little guys. They're capable of doing that. Maybe if they squish up against a fence, and I don't know, could have to do with like weird like loading glitches. Like if it's right up against the fence and the chunk unloads, like if we log out, for example, and the chunk unloads, and then you log back in, the chunk loads and replaces the entity. It's close enough to the fence where it just plops it into the other side. Maybe, I don't know. That's just a guess. Ooh, oil, andesite, chromium, white marble, more phyllite. Got a bunch of this phyllite stone. But let's go down and see how much oil is down. Ooh. Oh. Not a lot. Try to find a way out. Oh. Ooh. Hello. What is this?
That's possible. If they're goats, that would make sense.
Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, I'd have to look at the debugging, but it would depend on what their hitbox, like how big their hitbox is. But it would really be surprising if their hitbox was like smaller than the fence. Like, there should be no way to get through that fence. I mean, there's flatly full stop. There should be no way for them to just teleport through a fence.
Yeah.
So it might be a thing like we could look into replicating, and if we can figure it out, we can post it as a bug and see if Tyrone like acknowledges and fixes it. Because yeah, he adds goats, and then
Yep.
like no way to actually like grow them because they keep escaping.
Mm.
I don't know. Can you milk the goats? Have you tried? Pretty decent amount of oil over here.
Still go up there. Yep, I can still go up there.
Oil, andesite, titanium, green marble, phyllite. A big amount of phyllite, which is a weird thing to find. At the bottom of the world, phyllite rock, because it's technically it's a sedimentary rock. So you usually find that on the top layer. That's how the world generates. Weird to find it. Oh, I can't wait for daytime. What time is it? Oh, it's sorry. 2.
There. Yeah. Like that. Okay. Now look at there.
Let's see if there's anything special.
Good there.
Pink marble, white marble. Yeah. Brown coal. Oil. Let's see. Let's see how much oil.
No, don't like that.
Quite a lot. Oh. Yeah, quite a lot of oil. Wow.
Yeah, that works.
Now finding my way back up. Ooh. That might be tricky. So let's. Oh, wow, this is a lot of oil. Yeah, this is a massive amount of oil. So let's do waypoint, add black oil. My goodness. Actually glowworms.
Well, you found it? Really hard to find that stuff. You need it for luminous glass.
Wow, this is actually an impressive amount of oil. Grass, there's the way out.
Darn it. I am 3 glass short. Being able to do something.
Salt. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think that is like level or generation 10 is when they finally like accept you as one of their own, I guess. I don't know how else you put that.
What is their own?
There's basalt under here. I wonder. Is it a lot of basalt or is it a little bit of basalt? What in the world?
Well, you found halite too?
I just found a enormous cave. How in the world? This is the biggest cave opening I have ever seen. This thing. You could put the cathedral in here.
And you were saying?
Look at the size of this cave.
Yay.
The drifters, you're ruining the moment.
You always do.
Diamond.
Oh, you found diamonds?
Why I was
Oh,
looking for basalt. Yeah,
Drop diamonds.
a giant pad of diamonds. I don't mind if I do. Boink. Ow! Drifters! Ruin the moment again. Go away. And that was a 1, 2, roughly 2.5 stacks of diamonds right there.
Very nice.
Oh my goodness. That's a few drifters. Jesus. Go away. Die.
What I ran into where when I was doing something too. Very annoying.
Ow. Oh, I just...
I still
Jesus.
have my.
That was a lot of... Go, just... Why? Drifters, why? Ooh, is this more? No, that's chrome.
Where did I put it?
Zinc.
There it is.
More diamond. That's one of the reasons I came out here. Damn, these are...
Looks like a hole back there.
This, yes, is
Yeah.
by far the largest cave I've ever seen. This thing is... I can't even describe how big this thing is. It is enormously large.
Okay, so a coke oven is 3 by 3 by 3, right?
Yes, and the very, very center is empty.
Yep. And then I need an iron door.
Yep. You need a coke oven door. Which the most efficient way of crafting that is with iron plate.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what am I doing?
Ooh, more diamond. Cinnabar, which, whatever. Ow.
7, 8.
Well, I'm really glad I came down here. Nickel ore. I'll take some nickel ore. Ooh, I am very, very hungry.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know, you get down there and it's like, you know, you get, ooh, slots here. Yay! And then you forget to eat. And then you start taking damage and you're like, why am I taking damage? Like, because you forgot to eat.
Jesus. So many. Well, I'm glad I'm doing a rounds on there. There's another set of diamond.
Okay, then.
Holy cow. Yeah, look at the size of this cave. Chromium. I think I've gone all the way around, so let's just do a quick. Forgot I had the night vision. Yeah, this is just a giant bubble of emptiness in here. That is crazy. Now that I have the night vision on. Wow. Look at the size of this place. Chromium. Trying to find little bits on the floor.
Nope, that's not it.
Think. Chromium. More diamond.
Well, I have fire clay brick. What am I supposed to do with it for the coke oven?
You craft the brick into blocks, and you build the 3x3x3.
How do you craft them into blocks?
If you look at,
Oh,
did you
need
fire?
mortar?
The what?
Do I need mortar for them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why it's not working. Okay. Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids.
Wow, look at the size of this.
No, it's gonna be
Boy,
a
this
lot
is the
easier
Drifter
though.
Drifter Battle Royale in here.
It's because there's diamonds for them to protect.
All right. Slash waypoint add cave white cave bubble.
Okay. That's well illuminated, so I don't have to do
Get out of here.
Okay. More food. Need more food.
Now the sun is out.
More food.
Wow.
Yay!
Yeah, I am. Well, we won't have to worry about diamonds for a very, very long time. I was getting a little concerned how low they were getting, but yeah, now I've got probably half a dozen stacks of diamonds. Doing pretty darn good. That was a crazy find. But I should
Probably
keep.
why we couldn't find. That's probably why we couldn't find any diamonds. They were all right there.
Very, very deep in basalt. And that's the fact they were in basalt, that's something that I did in my Hours of Plenty. They normally don't appear in basalt. Vanilla game, they only ever appear in Kimberlite. And Kimberlite only ever appears in bubbles down at the mantle. So it's nearly impossible to find if you're just cruising around the surface.
Mm-hmm.
No, I need some bushes, something to get me food. No food. Blueberry bush.
Berries. Okay. Guess you need a hoe in the hand for you to determine if it's okay or not for the greenhouse, for it to register as a greenhouse.
I think if you plant something, you can look at the plant and it'll tell you if it detects the greenhouse. I think that's how it works. It's been a while since we built a greenhouse.
There's water underneath you. Why are you only registering 25%?
I don't know. I don't think it looks underneath. I think it looks like around sideways. I'm not 100% on that, but
Okay.
like good timing to be foggy game. Really, really good timing. This is funny. Really, this is. I don't know if this is hard coded or if it's just messing with me. Where the hell is it? Supposed to be within like 25 blocks of that X.
Grab some seed. Yay.
The fact that it's incredibly foggy up here doesn't freaking help. Thanks, game. That. Where in the world?
Okay.
Why? Don't they make it so the entrance is hidden now? Last time it was really obvious. It was just a big door and it was there. Everything was fine.
What's the, rice is the best grain.
Right, yeah, rice makes the best bread. Yeah, us. I'm looking for the entrance. I want to mark the entrance, and it's just like this X. It's supposed to be within like I don't know, several blocks of this X, and it's like I don't know. This area is so heavily forested and so heavily like pockmarked with like, very, very hard to see. And then we have this damn fog that just like there's no fog here. Super foggy in here. Like there's supposed to be like giant double doors. But it should be like in the side of a cliff or something. And I just get a feeling that
What are you looking for?
we're going to have to excavate a little bit to find it. The entrance to the Resonance Archive.
Oh.
It should be over here somewhere, but oh my god, I'm super hungry. Do I have any food?
With you.
I did bring food with me. I just ate it all. Okay.
You should have taken the means with you to actually cook some food for yourself.
Oh, the door's open.
No. I'm over here. Yeah, you can always eat fat. Kill a couple animals, get yourself some fat.
Right. Let's go drop off some things and stuff. Need to upgrade for that.
do? Teleport?
Yeah. I'm streaming, so the 20-minute run back to base probably wouldn't have been the most exciting thing to watch.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit. I gotta take my kid up to practice.
Have fun.
Oh, picnics.
Oh my god, these glowworms. You need 2 to crush them down. Oh man, I wish I would have known that.
Told you to grab them all.
Yeah, but now I have an odd number, and now I've got like, because there's like so many different varieties, like glowworm segment 1, glowworms base 2, glowworms base 1 short, glowworm segment 2. Like,
Yep.
ugh.
Yep.
Why can't it just drop one thing?
I know. It's just the way they set it up. Which one am I at? There we go. The snow melts soon.
I killed so many drifters. I have 50 hides on. Or maybe more. That's just the stack size. Oh yeah, even more. I had over 50. Crazy. All right, I need to upgrade white marble chest.
Wow, that went quickly. Sorry. This is a family channel.
But why is this? Slowly eroding all the things and stuff in my inventory. serifs, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'll insert that. This. And this. Claystone. Claystone? Alright. All but the ores now, I think. Crazy. Oh. I should have done these crystallite first. These. Oh, what? Why did you take that? There we go. These stacks out of the way first. It's all the ore. Thank God. That just saves us hammers. And I've eaten a lot of food. I was really really hurting. I got back. So have you successfully made any blue cheese yet? Like,
I think there's a slice in there.
well, yeah, but a lot of the blue, like all the blue cheese that we've had so far has all been like looted. Not sure if he's cracked the process yet to get blue cheese.
Thought he's been making it.
Oh. Cheddar cheese. I've tried looking up the cheese code to see exactly like what it's looking for. 1 block high to prevent spawn. Yeah, well, that's a good idea. You'll need a 1 block. Cheese.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It seems like the you can't do what I used to do is build on water, so I wouldn't have to water my crops. But I guess can't do that anymore because it doesn't register.
And hi, OG Ray. Thanks for the well wishes. Yeah, I'd have to actually look at the farmland code, because the farmland block is the thing that looks for. I think it's the thing that looks for water.
Yeah, well, I know that it looks for saltwater, freshwater, because if you plant near where it is saltwater, basically the first 2 courses nearest to the saltwater, like you can't plant near
Right.
saltwater.
Yeah, that was
So
a recent change.
I know it looks for that.
So to make blue cheese, you must store the raw cheese in a cellar with a very low light level. Yet the cellar must have at least 1 block open to the outside. Pretty sure there were no lights over here. This should be pitch black. Why is this? Let's take that away. There was a torch in there.
Okay.
But where's this light? But where's this, like... Why is it so bright right here? Is this door, like, letting in light? Let me go get some bricks and see where that light is bleeding in. There we go. Now it's pitch black. This to me says very low light level. Unfortunately, these cheese wheels haven't been in here long enough, but maybe. The next batch. It's something to try. Like, I know, Oz, like, you've been fiddling with this for, like, a very long time, but, the fact that it wasn't working means, like, we need to take massively drastic, like, attempts at fixing. As far as light level from doors, I wonder if there's a type of door that we could use there that blocks, like, all of the light. Well, I'd have to look at the code, but I'm assuming that they have to spend majority of their time in the very dark place in order to be made into blue cheese. Like, you can't just cheese it. Don't cheese the system. It's fine. Yeah. This does not block any light. Compared to that. Why is there so much light getting out here? Where's all this light coming from?
I'd have to build deeper.
This torch. God. Bothers me that that door is not. I mean, you could craft yourself a night vision set, and you could navigate down here with ease with zero light level. The night vision really helps that out, but I want to try having no light down here at all. At least in those two. So much food. Look at all this food down.
Yeah, well, he just did a calling on all the animals.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the door doesn't actually block the light, but I crafted it, so might as well use it. So we just block. No, it's dark enough. Like this, like I'm really. It's super like it's pitch. There's zero light in there. So if we put, I mean, I know it's going to take days for another cheese wheel to ripen, but I think we should just throw in the next batch in there and see what happens. If we have to go deeper for temperature, but I think at some point the temperature is going to increase the deeper you go, isn't it? I guess I haven't watched my temperature very much. But I think you did the one block out to open air. I think you did that right. It's just the light level. It might be taking the artificial light level into account now.
Darn it.
Something to experiment with anyway.
How many more seeds do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay. The cellars are supposed to be like pretty good in temperature. Where do I have a? Here's a hole that I can go down. So -4. Get in there. -2. -1. Yeah, I want to say like this. There's one. Oh, there's a bunny down here. That was a long fall, Mr. Bunny. Wow.
And it survived?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's crushed. It looks crushed. It's like no kidding. That was a drop of like 70 meters. Yeah, I mean it's 5 degrees at height 36. I don't know what it's going to be in the middle of summer, but why do I hear water? It must. Oh.
Oh, that's why I'm not good.
Oh my god. I found some lava. It's amazing. It's the world's smallest pool of lava, but it's literally right next to the house. Like, the house is there. There's the lava. Doesn't stop. How do you see the current light level? Don't be holding a light.
Okay. The greenhouses are planted.
Mm.
All four of them. Yep, all four of them.
Hi, Doc.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Kid all snuggled into his whatever football practice.
Soccer.
Soccer.
The older kid. Soccer. No, we got there and he canceled it because there's about 1.5 inches of water covering the field.
Makes sense.
It's been raining for almost 4 days now, so. And it's
Oh.
not stopping till tomorrow.
It is super bright in here. Where's that light?
Sunlight?
Where's that light coming?
I wonder if the greenhouses register the snow.
Snow, like, covering the top?
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely registers that. 100%. Goes 20 blocks out. Yeah, maybe it's... Man, what? Why would there be natural light leaking in here?
kind of lame that you actually have to remove the snow.
That made no difference at all. Yeah. Somehow, the outside sunlight is getting in here.
Yeah, it goes down to a certain level. Even if you don't have underground farming, there's a certain level that the sun penetrates to. I think it's like 16 blocks down.
Food preservation. Cellars. Any fully enclosed space is considered a cellar and will have a low and consistent year-round temperature. The most simpler cellar consists of a 1x2x1 hole.
No, but I think the sun penetrates down to like 16 blocks.
Yeah, build cellar walls from soil, brick, or stone materials. So you don't want to use wood for the ceiling. 100%. Don't want to do that.
Nope.
Cat is stinking up the place again. Yeah, even if I block... Well, I don't have any more brick. Go grab. Yeah, look how bright it is right here. There's no reason for this. Yeah, it's all coming through. Yeah, you see how dark it is in here. Now it's not dark. And now it is dark. So it's all coming from that hole. I bet you, if we plug that hole... No! No. Could it be... Let me just... Where's that light coming? The bricks should be good. The bricks should be good, technically. But... Yeah, he's just gonna remove all of it. The fact that it's super dark in here, right? Oh. It's really, really hard to communicate with him when he's not in voice. So here's what I think we should do. I think the just hold on. Yeah, because there's a freaking delay, so he's not catching. The hole for open air should go away, like away from all these things. The fact that you have the hole going across all of these cellars, something is happening with the light level calculations. Because if we go out here, come out here, right? Come on. No. Come out here. And then do that, it gets darker. So the fact that it gets darker means, and if you do this, it's pitch black, which tells me that it's that hole. And the fact that it's running across the whole thing twice means we need to have that hole go away, like far away from the cellars. So I would do that hole like down here. Like down there, and I would just have it go straight back like X number of blocks and then up and out. And I would fill in all of this area up here, because that is, I think that's where all this light is leaking in from. Yeah. Right? So if we go back here, come on now, and then fill this in. And that light is still... How is that light getting in here so far? Like, how is it getting in here that far? Because if I block this off and this off, it's still super bright in here. Why is it super bright in here? But if I go out here and I block that doorway, it's pitch black right here. It's pitch black. So how is that light getting into this room, but not this room? If I block this off, it gets pitch black here, which tells me it's something to do with the hole. Yeah, there's a way to do this. I just don't know as far as the sun goes. It goes so many blocks. It's like 22. But if we come out here, if we come out here into this little room, yeah, it literally it blocks. If you come out here and you block this, it's pitch black in here. So like it's obvious it's coming from somewhere over here. So somewhere above here is where it's coming from. Like something to do with above those above tunnels that you did. can't remember how bright the sun is, because that gives you how many blocks it, right? So if it's a light level of 22, which it might be, that means it goes 22 blocks, and you'd have to have your tunnel that far away. Because vertically, it doesn't matter. If the sun comes out vertically, it hits just like Minecraft light. It hits vertically, but it spreads out. Yeah, that's very, very bizarre. Right. So it's like something, yeah. Something above it. Oh. Jeez. So, I don't know. It's bizarre. Something is funky with the light level in there. Huh. Yeah, a lot of debug there. I grab some food. Ironically, I need fruit. I'll grab these pears. Protein, so I'll grab cured meat. Ooh, I hear lava. Nice. Basalt. Ooh. Another little basalt bubble. Full of these. Hey guys, come over here. There you go. Swim. Swim in the lava. Everybody swim in the lava. Wow. They're actually doing pretty good. Been able to survive for quite a long time. Actually, kind of surprising. How the hell are they able to survive that long? Like, I know they're nightmare drifters, but what? How in the world are they surviving? Just swimming in lava. Ow. Oh, I'm on fire now. Great. Ooh, the first lava I've seen pouring out of the side of a hill. That's nice. Dang it. God. They're just everywhere. Aha! Literally right here. This now isn't. I hear machinery or something going. Oh, it's around here somewhere. The entrance is around here. Let's try to get to the surface. I guess it's nighttime. Oh my god. So, it is around here somewhere. I just don't think the entrance spawned quite right. Because the entrance is around here somewhere. Alright, where... Huh. This is the entirety of the entrance right here. That little hole was the entrance. And we are right there. Okay. So waypoint add red archive. Okay. Found it. We can go explore it on Saturday, legitimately get the full experience. No. Go away. Oh my god, I filled that up. Okay. Oh, tin bronze time. We have plenty of andesite going forward. Right, here's the picked up 2 shelves. I'll drop those on the ground for you. See those before I left. That's definitely a workhorse machine. Hey, the snow is finally going away. Now the lake looks like it's gonna start melting here anytime. Are you able to sleep, Arm? Not there. Okay, never mind. Okay. So I do want to fix that no ref bug with the hotkey. I could have sworn that I had the check it. So let's put the food I have away so it doesn't go spoil or I log out. Because it does. I think when if you have food in your inventory and you log out, it saves basically the timestamp that you log out. And then when you log back in again, it takes that expiration and it whatever the time difference between log out and log in, it actually hits the food all at once and it will rot the food in your hotbar if you're logged out. to kind of show bug in action, I'm going to take the magnet out of my inventory and then hit Y. Boink. Boom. Instant crash. All right. Null reference exception. Flexible tools on toggle magnet. Line 106. Okay. So we go desktop. And we open Visual Studio. Flexible tools. Torque magnet 106. That shouldn't be in here. Yeah, it crash. Flexible tools mods on toggle magnet. Oh, it's the mod, not the magnet. Okay. Flexible tools mod 106. I was confused there. Right here. Yeah. So this is the line. I figured this was going to do it. So the enum character dress type is an enumeration dot neck, right? So the value of neck, which is 6. So own inventory of index 6 is the next slot, right? While I'm checking the item stack. But if there's nothing in this, it's null. And if I do that check on a null, that's why it crashes. So I need to do own inventory. Oh, I have to do all of this. Dot empty. And then I have to do a not. And then an and. Right? Because the way that if statements cascade, if this is false, right? It doesn't even check anything else. So when I check own inventory dot empty, if this comes back as empty, which this means it's true, right? The not flips it to false. And the way that the if statement is if this first thing is false, it doesn't even check this one down here. So it shouldn't ever hit this error if this is empty. If this isn't empty, if there's something in it, even if it's not the magnet, this won't be empty, which will be false. Dot empty, it would be false. This flips it to true. That makes it check the next thing, right? Which means I don't need this check here. Because checking the item stack does not equal null is essentially this exact line up here. So instead of an and, I could probably, because this next one compares what's in it. And the torque magnet is the code, the first code part. This will determine whether or not you're actually wearing the right thing. So I think I can just delete item stack does not equal null. So this won't run if this returns a false. This might have to be an and. Yeah, that's an and. So the and means it can't be empty and It has to be a torque magnet. Yeah, I'm glad I caught that. That ore was bad. That was a bad ore. Yeah, because if that was an ore, it would still crash. Because an or means either can be true. And if either are true, then you can go in. But an and means both of them have to be true. And if you fail on the first one, it doesn't even check the second one. So this should work. Should. Any other interesting behavior? I did ask. I don't know if he's in voice. Might be in
No.
voice. No, he's not.
He's not.
I did put a fix in for the scythe tool for getting its settings when you use a tool rack, because I could not find a event that fires when you pick something up off a tool rack. Essentially, it just swaps when you right click a tool rack. The tool rack where the tool is essentially an inventory, just an item slot. And so when you put it in there, it's an item slot that holds one item. When you right click it, it just tries to swap that with the whatever hotbar slot you have selected. It doesn't fire an event on the item. Like the scythe, there's no event that the scythe gets when you collect it. Now, if you throw it on the ground and you collect it off the ground, that fires an event on collected, but not when you grab it from the tool rack. Awesome. The scythe fix worked. Excellent. Yeah, basically what I do with that, every time you use the scythe, so when you right click or when you click with the scythe to start the process of scything, I pull the values off the attributes. So every time you use it, it's refreshing those attributes. Even if they're already set properly, I pull them again because it's the only way that I can do it. The only way I can make sure that when you use it, it's using the right value. So yeah, it was an issue where the tool mode was set because that's what you see in the corner. You know, it saved the 9. The trim or remove, I couldn't. I know of a way to add more icons up on the top. If I did, I would show both. But the tool modes and the trim modes were saved. What was happening was you would pick it up, the tool mode was there, but the value behind the scenes was the quantity that you break. Based on the tool mode, which is, it was a formula that I ended up just doing a switch statement and just manually doing it because it was late at night and I couldn't think of a formula to take tool mode plus 1 times 2 plus 1, basically. Right? Because a tool mode of 0 is 3 by 3 with a radius. It's a radius of 1. So tool mode plus 1 is your radius. So that's times 2, which is 2, which is times 3. Or no, plus 1, which is 3, and then squared, which would be 9. Rather than doing that, I just did a switch statement and I just set the break quantity. Because you actually set the quantity that you're breaking. The radius is just sort of like a shortcut way of doing it. The actual thing that runs the algorithm behind the scenes is the number of the quantity that you're breaking. That's what runs it. And that's what was missing when you picked up the tool. It wasn't setting that value. Because the only place that break quantity was being set is when you actually set the tool mode. Then it would set that value. But that value was not saved and synced with tree attributes, which that would have probably been another way of solving that, would be to save that break quantity. But all right, so this package, we're gonna bump this up just a minor version, 3.2.1 for this fix. Trying to think of any. So I didn't test the World Eater. I can show that code really quick. World Eater, attempt vein mine. So yeah, I was damaging the item twice in vein mine mode. And the first one, when the first one hit for the damage item, if it broke on this, then this call is where it would crash. Because obviously if it broke here, it invalidated the stack and it's no longer a tool. And that's where it would crash. I haven't tested this, but this should work because this essentially, when it damages it, it goes through and it detects if the item stack is invalid. If it's null, the item is null, and if the item is not the World Eater. This. If that is all true, then it breaks. It bombs out of here, and it shouldn't try to access anymore because it's invalid. So that was the fix for the World Eater, is making sure that I didn't damage it. Twice. I couldn't believe when I saw it, I was like, I was damaging it twice as much as I should have been. Let's see. And I added saltpeter. This right here adds saltpeter to the growing list of blocks that you can vein mine. Okay. So we can rebuild. Anything else? Scythe, shears, no. No. Rock sniffer is fine. Torque magnet is good. So, I mean, the good news today, here's the good news. None of us crashed from entities, I don't think. I mean, some of you guys bombed out, but I think that's connectivity, not crashes. Am I right?
The only crash I had was from the one you just fixed, really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, everything else was connectivity on my end.
Yeah, I think as far as Os goes, I think it's all connectivity on his end too. So that's good. Yeah, the magnet, it was essentially, if I go down here, the fix for that, the entity matcher. So this is the function that runs when it looks at all the entities around itself. The only type of entity you're ever able to collect is an entity item, right? You cannot vacuum up drifters because those are entities. You can't like regular old entities. You can't vacuum up. Entity items are the only one. So I have a thing in here. It only ever checks entity items. If it's any other kind of entity, it just returns false. Obviously, you can't collect it. The blacklist thing, this was a fix for that bug because it wasn't actually looking properly at the path, the code. So this properly does the blacklist. But then this last sanity check. If, for whatever reason, it gets here and either this entity is null, or that somehow the entity wearing, like, I don't know how this would ever fire. I don't know why because it was crashing on this call here, saying no reference. And I can only assume the found entity was null, which is weird because how did it call it in the first place? How did it call it on a null entity? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. But this really makes sure that it's the right type of entity and there's an additional sanity check before it checks the general, right? This would be rocks or stone or little things on the ground, even arrows. That's what that call would return. So that was the fix there. Hopefully that is solid. But yeah, that is the flexible tools mod fixed. And the vintage engineering is, oh man. Yeah, I described the bug earlier today, first thing in the stream. And there's still a lot of testing to do, but crazy amount of work on like very, very low level work on the electric network system. Yeah, a lot of work still to be done to make sure the system is as rock solid as I can make it. But anyway, I'm going to close that. And that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. On Saturday, we are going to dive into the Resonance Archive, and I'm hoping to do so with as little cheating as possible. So we're going to try to explore it legit, like without angel belts as much as possible, just to get the full effect.
Without angel belts.
Yeah, without angel belt. Well, I mean, you can wear it, but not use it until we get all the way through it, just so you get the full impact. I like to experience things the way they're supposed to be. I already zipped through it really fast once without really looking at anything, so I was just trying to find the entrance. That was very well hidden. That entrance was very well hidden. But yeah, the Resonance Archive will, be a big chunk of Saturday's stream. I hope everybody comes by for that, because I know they did a little work on it, and I'm anxious to see the tweaks and stuff. And I was talking with somebody yesterday about what the major entrance point for vintage engineering is going to be. You're going to be able to do a couple things earlier game to prep, mainly like the creosote oven, to start crafting some of those materials, even going so far as to needing to distill the creosote into a more pure form for crafting. I think that would be an interesting use of the distillery, the vanilla distillery. But mainly my thought was adding something to the loot list of the Resonance Archive, where you'd have to find it in the Resonance Archive, like a book, and that book item would actually unlock like the actual mod, right? The main system for making the machines and stuff would be you'd have to go to the Resonance Archive. And luck would have it, there's actually a way to do it. There's a loot list for a stack randomizer, a loot list for the library, and the library loot list is for the Resonance Archive library, and you can add stuff via JSON patches to that loot list and modify their, like, is it 100% chance, stuff like that. And so I could create a custom book item called like mechanical engineering or something. And then when you read that item, that is what actually unlocks a lot of the recipes. It would just go through and unlock tons and tons of recipes that you could actually then do. That would be the end. So that was my idea there. So it's sort of a lore friendly and requiring you to actually go through and complete some of the vanilla exploration stuff and get that through there, while keeping a few of the earlier machines available for a little bit easier workings, but the majority of it would be, at least the more advanced stuff, would be unlocked at the Resonance Archive, which is definitely possible. So, any feedback on that, if people are looking forward to something like that, or if you want to just have it easy, I guess that could be a config option too. Just unlock it from the start. But anyway, come back on Saturday for some Resonance Archive exploration. And yeah, hope everybody has a great rest of the week. And I will see you all on Saturday.